Right, hello everybody. Hello. We're here. I'm just setting some stuff up. Software and game development. There we go. Nice. Um. mm, mm, Great. Um. mm, 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 mm. Yeah. Okay. Well. Uh. Okay. Cool. Without further ado, let's just change the view here. Enter Zen mode. There we go, and we're here, we're ready to go. I think we should definitely, I don't know, wasn't it like, wait, shift escape. Okay. Room, instance renderer. Biome, object placer. Okay. Can probably zoom in a bit more. Seems like the screen is not showing the full picture. Hold up. Let me just fix that. People are gonna be so happy you're here, Miles. They've been asking about you. Everyone's asking, where's Miles? Where's Miles? Okay, so I need to see where we have room, runtime chunk, try get chunk. Are these not called then? Alright, spawn from rules. Wait, okay, I need to see. It's like something about the where is it? Control Shift settings, Control Alt settings. Uh, there should be like Alt Enter. Kind of programming languages. This is C Sharp. I'm just configuring. Add shortcut. What if I do that? Add keyboard shortcut, Alt Enter. Show quick fixes. That's the one. Show quick fixes. I think that's the. Taco Bell song. I love Taco Bell. Yeah, C Sharp, correct. I'm working in Unity, so. Okay, that's the one. Show quick fixes. So what I need to do, we can do window. Isn't it like back action IDs? Show intention actions. That's the one. Okay. Yeah, show intention actions. Well, then why is it not? Huh? A what? Oh, wait. Oh, that's why. It shouldn't be leader. There we go. That's the one. So how's everyone doing today? We all good? Having fun? Okay, and then we'll go also. Hey, sweet. I thought it had like a hide. This is my first time watching a programming live stream. It's so healing. Because you realize that it's not just you who struggles terribly navigating your own code base. I thought it had like a hide button. Hide active window. Will it work? I don't know. Let's try here. So go. Okay, I mean, sorta. Okay. So. Right, okay. So a shroom runtime chunk consists of a list of prefabs, right? An array of prefabs. For context, guys, just so you know what I'm working on. Oops. I'm working on this game. It's called Svamp, which means mushroom in Swedish. But the context of the game is that you are picking mushrooms. And right now, I'm working on this sort of procedural mushroom generation. Specifically tying into like the terrain that exists. So I'm pulling like what textures exist on the terrain and then using that to to generate like foliage, right? So you'll see as I'm walking around here, there's like a bunch of grass on the ground, but then I can go into mushroom vision where it's now rendering like hyper detailed ground and lots of stuff. And so I want to have mushrooms growing in this vision. And I want those mushrooms to be able to be picked up. Like here, you see there's a mushroom. But it's obviously too big. I think if it's that big, it should be visible in the first place. But I just need to make a way to figure out if a shroom is interactable. So we can do this. A shroom instance. And then a public bool is shroom, or rather, yeah, and public shroom data. I guess? I don't know. Wasn't there a shroom data? Mushroom data, okay. I don't know why... Ion map. Is X? It's all of them, right? What the frick? Map K to K. Wait, what? Okay, weird. Oh, wait. Is that? Like what? Shocking title? You know it. You know it. What does silent do? Oh. No more penguins. No? Yeah. I don't know. I'm switching it up. I had my other title was Roblox, so... Okay, okay. We're on to something. We're on to something. Do you remember me? 1 second. 1 second. This is you, right? This is you, Coco Luku. Remember me? Remember me? Yeah, that's you? Okay. Who drew this? I drew this. I did this. Okay, I ditched Neovim, by the way. I can't stand it. It doesn't work. I'm gonna use Neovim to edit my files, like text files, but I just can't use it for development. It just doesn't work. It freezes, it hangs up. Roslyn isn't the right version. It's just a mess. There was nothing like confusing about it. I wrapped my head around it. I got an environment. I got everything the best it could be. So yeah, I'm back to Writer, but I'll take all the lessons I've learned from my NeoVim excursions and try to apply it to my Writer environment to make it more NeoVim-ish, right? Not just the keybinds, but yeah, I'm just changing up my config a little bit, making it be James Cookham. Who's that? I am James. Basically I want to see like insert inline proposal. Yeah, it's already out, dude. It's called Penguinized. Look it up. Penguinized. Some people call it Penguin Hesset. Wait, what's it called again? I subscribe to this. Oh, how I miss Penguin Springs. Yes, me too. Me too sometimes. Vim, back action IDs. Like Control Y is supposed to like there. I want that to edit settings. Like this call inline completion, Alt Shift backslash insert inline proposal. I'll just try to call insert inline proposal. No. The way the jazz sound is so good. Hey. And thanks for subscribing. I really appreciate it. Penguin Springs after GTA 6? I don't think so. I think it's gonna be sooner rather than later. For sure. Edit. Okay, that one did it. Editor choose lookup item replace. Is that it? Okay. Editor choose lookup item replace. Okay, let's try this. Mushroom. God damn it. It's the same. It's the same. Is there a... Do I have any insert mode remaps? I don't think I do. Just that one. God damn it. Okay. Mushroom. It doesn't do it. But that one still does it. Okay, okay. Well, let's see here. Let's see. Let's see. Choose lookup item. It's also Control Y. What's the deal? What's N and no remap? Remap is an option that makes mappings work recursively. By default, it is on. X is visual, I insert. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. This is the one. It worked! Oh, okay, okay. So, now we're ready to rock and roll, okay? I've never been this hyped before. I'm back, I'm out of the swamp. I've left the swamp. I did not drain the swamp, I had to leave the swamp. And now I'm here, sipping my Nocco, back in Ryder, back in my hometown. All my homies hate Neovim. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I like Neovim. It's good. It's good. It just doesn't work with C#, okay? I don't know why anyone would put themselves through that. Myself included. Okay. That I don't like. But, you know... Let's see, so GR okay, usages. Biome object placer. Right, that's where we need to go. Here, so build state, get or add prefab index, right? Okay, rule.prefab. If rule.prefab dot try get component out, we could just have that as... No, mushroom data. Mushroom object. Oh. I think the try get component is going to be quite slow, so maybe we should just have that as an auto rule. So let's just do that. If rule dot is mushroom, we can create field in the biome spawn rule there. Because then if it is a mushroom, we'll then if try get component not rule.prefab.try try get component out mushroom room. Yeah, I've also changed, so I'm doing the not K and R. I'm doing like new line, because I find like the more I've worked in NeoVim, I've noticed how much I enjoy the fact that I can count on braces being on the same line, or like same column rather. It's like, it's nice to think that a script is short, right? But when you're doing the percent jumping from brace to brace, it's like, oh, nice, they're always on the same line. Anyway, inst.isShroom equals true, inst.shroom data equals mushroom data. There we go. I also removed autosaving. That was something I used frequently. I feel like the manual control over the save is quite nice, and there's something so satisfying about the vim save command, the :w right. You know, we like it. Anyway, so when we're drawing instanced, this is the key now. So we need to maintain an invisible list of interactables. That's going to be the tricky part. But we now know so we have the room instance renderer. Why is it saying that you can't do that? Burst compiled. Why is it burst compiled? I've been missing S, dude. I don't know why people ignore S. S is one of the goated. It is windy outside, man. Holy shart. Prepare the Game Out Awards trailer? Oh yeah, it has shrooms. Yeah, you know it. Okay, so update active chunks from position. Now, I think we only need to really in the chunk that we are rendering bother with whether or not a player can interact. Update active chunk from position. Right, okay. So first we do object placer world to chunk coord. So we get the chunk, the coordinate of the chunk, that is. And then get or generate chunk. Right, for that coordinate. Now, the thing is, we don't want all...
Fernando Miguel.
Thank you so much for the follow.
He is really good at dancing.
Torpheus has learned to dance.
Orpheus. We don't want to, see. We don't want all the mushrooms in the world to be interactable, because there could be, I mean, there could be thousands of mushrooms, right? There could be thousands of mushrooms. So we only want the ones in the chunk to be interactable, but that also means that we have to, like, yeah, because we do remove active chunks. So I guess upon removal, we would also remove their interactability. And I think we would have, like, these ghost objects essentially maintaining the current state of what is interactable. So we could have, like, these ghost interactable, they would host mushroom data, and then when you interact with it, you would trigger the deletion of the mushroom, not just in the chunk, but also in the entire data storage. And that's going to be the tricky part, because that's the part we have to synchronize online as well. Appreciate it, Alice. Thank you. Yeah. So we get, or oops. The chunk cache tries to get the value, right? Because we cache the chunks. Otherwise we generate them on the fly, which is a little time-saving thing there. But of course, since they are cached, I guess, you know, if we modify the chunk data, we still have to modify the chunk data itself as well as the back-end data storage, I guess. A little tricky. Okay. Because the thing is, the reason I have to chunk it is because it's so absolutely insanely dense. I mean, you can see this. Look at this. Every single grass piece here. I mean, you would think it's like, yeah, you could just do a shader for that. But since I want a bit more detailed biome generation, it's like I feel like instanced rendering and then just storing the data and chunking it. That's the way to go. But I mean, it's not all stored in memory all at once. And I don't think caching chunks is, you know, super necessary. We could even do away with the caching, but we'll start there for now. But yeah, the mushrooms do spawn in. Let's see. So, I guess maybe we should have like a shroom interaction class or something. Um, How do I create a file? Is there a shortcut for that? Probably not. Interactable biome and world gen, I guess. Is there like add? Yeah, okay, whatever. And this would be the, because there's a shroom instance renderer and that does all the rendering, but then we'd have to have some shroom, I guess we'll call it the shroom manager. Oh. Ooh. And then we would have, this one would maintain a list of, I guess we'll call it a list. Yeah, list of, not iInteractable, or maybe it should be iInteractable. No, it would be a list of game objects. Active mushrooms. Oops. Which is equal to and then public void add mushroom data D and then vector 3 position. Now, I guess for every mushroom we instantiate, we could just give it a unique identifying ID. That makes sense. But that means that clients aren't allowed to generate mushrooms. I mean, they are generated from a seed, so they would have the same unique identifier anyway, I guess. If it's seeded based on position and stuff. Let's try it out. But then maybe it's a dictionary you want to have. Like we'd map mushroom ID to a game object. Would the ID be an integer? I don't know. Mushroom. Shroom instance renderer. Here is mushroom, and then shroom data here. Right, the shroom data would have the, and then public int unique ID. Let's just call it unique ID. Just be extra explicit that this is a unique ID. Which means then that when we have a shroom instance, ish shroom here, and then inst.shroom data equals mushroom data. And mushroom. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. The unique identifier. Oops. applies to the mushroom data. So maybe that should be a struct then. Ah. And then the unique ID. I feel like just to be extra explicit, I just turn it on like a radio and listen to it without thinking about anything. Yeah, well, I don't expect people to be fully, you know, engaged in whatever's happening. You know, it's a vibe. Some people like to have it on in the background. Some people like to see what's happening. But I think most people just here for the vibe. Shroom data unique ID equals. Wait, where do I do? I mostly watch while playing games. Yeah. Your voice is nice to hear. That's good. Just removing this shit. Okay, so random.state, random.value. Right, but that's... I think we should probably do a hashing then. Yeah, we should hash it. Unity hashing. Let's see, spooky hash. What's that one? Yeah, okay. Hash 128. Hash to long. Unity. Well, let's just use hash 128 then, I guess. dot compute, and then it would take some input, which I guess would be its spawn position. What have you made in the mushroom game so far? I have made basically, let's change the time of day. So we have a day-night cycle, of course, very cool. My co-developer added this ball you can kick or like punch, and it's fully synchronized, so that's cool. You can punch a beach ball. And then I've added this mushroom vision, which is tank control, so you can see. So as you like walk around, it's like a rough view of the world. You don't really see the details, but then you press F and you enter mushroom view, and now everything's like hyper detailed, and you see like so much more. And this is where you'll then see the mushrooms as well. That's sort of the key part of the game. Some mushrooms you'll see in the overworld, like for example here, this is an exaggeration, right? This mushroom is way too big, right? So of course you'd see that mushroom in normal view, but then if mushrooms are below a certain size, well, you have to go into mushroom vision to see them. And that's this sort of like, there has to be like two elements to mushroom picking. One is like the mushroom itself from a distance beckoning you to get over there. And the other one is the mushroom is too small, so you really have to like focus to see it. Maybe I'll somehow introduce some visual representation of mushrooms even from like this rough view, but maybe you can't pick them unless you go into mushroom vision. We'll see. It's all about making it fun, right? But I think like the concept of a mushroom vision is sort of like integral to the way it has to work. Would you add any mushroom view only effects to the mushroom? As in like after consuming them, or like like when you're in first person, there's additional signs or particles telling you there's mushroom. So the idea is that, like, what is the challenge of finding a mushroom in real life? That's the question I ask myself. Like, with fishing, the challenge is like waiting long enough and then being like prepared when the moment strikes. But what is the challenge of finding a mushroom? Well, it's parsing through the visual noise. So having like a very busy ground is like the key part. And not making it too obvious that there is a mushroom around feels like also key part to that. I want to have that, like, as you're in first person mode, if you move your mouse around, you'll have like your little arm moving around as well. So you can use that arm to like move away grass. So like this grass here, I would move my arm around and the grass would like bend out of the way, and stuff like that. So that's as far as I see it, but probably there would be, you know, some level of visual indication. But I want it to be like, where's the challenge is sort of my question. Maybe some mushrooms will be very obvious, right? And then some mushrooms will be much less obvious. Okay. The aesthetic you're going for fits the game well. Yeah, I feel like it does feel, and it does feel a little bit different from like the average social hangout game. I feel like you look at something like web fishing and it's very, very low poly. This game has a bit more flair and personality to it, I feel. Or at least it allows us to have a bit more flair and personality. I feel, you know, looking at videos and screenshots of web fishing, it feels like it's a little bit drab. Of course, it's going for that like PlayStation 1 aesthetic where, you know, there's only so much you can do to make it look happy and bright. But I feel like here we have a chance to sort of spread our wings a little bit more. Okay, so unique ID, cool. Shroom manager is here. Get or generate chunk. And then to remove. And then we can do shroom manager dot remove chunk. So we'll do that. But I noticed, like I saw in the video for web fishing, they have like, you know, belly slides and stuff like that. So that's definitely sort of that physical expression I think is very important. And that's why I liked, did you ever play Kindle? I guess you didn't. But there you have like sticks that you can whack your friends with. And so I feel like that's partially what I want to do as well. Okay, so we'll need to add a prefab here. So we have the system prefab spawner dialog manager here. Mushroom manager. Oh, it's shroom manager. I have to recompile, I guess. Newt fuckers. Hey, ain't no way. Greetings from the office. Yes, greetings from the office here as well. Oh, it's a public class. The mono behavior. How are you today, Corn? I'm good. I've finally left Neovim behind me. God damn. I hate it for C#. I like Neovim, but I just despise it for C#. It's ass. Complete, utter, total ass. Garbage. Now I'm back in JetBrains Writer. Interactable mushroom. Because that's the thing. Sometimes we want to spawn a mushroom as a mushroom object. Sometimes we don't. So we'll just call it mushroom object. The data unknown. Who knows? If not a shroom, then we continue. How are the cats? Cats are good. Cats are good. You know what they say? A cat a day. Keeps the doctor in the hay. Okay, so if it's not a shroom, we continue, and then we'll just naively do this. We're gonna do pooling later, but otherwise we instantiate a mushroom object at the location of, what was that? What the? If active mushrooms dot try get contains key I dot shroom data, then we continue because we don't need to spawn doubles, right? Instantiate mushroom object var shroom data equals I dot shroom data. mushroom object I dot position dot I dot rotation. New quaternion or quaternion dot Euler. Var new room. Okay, and then shit, Unity crashed. Too much hot reload. New shroom dot get component, or if new shroom dot try get component out mushroom. Oh, why aren't you using dark mode? Because I hate dark mode. No, I'm trying out light mode for a while, seeing how it affects my eyes. They say that light mode is better for your eyes because you don't have to strain as much. So I'm just trying that out. Light mode hurts mine, but they say the reason it hurts is because you're used to not looking at light. And that it's not good for your eyes to be in a dark environment constantly. Yeah, well, they say that you get way faster vision problems if you spend too much time looking at dark screens, apparently. So, you know, I'm just gonna give it a try. Because I've noticed I've had like this dryness in my eyes and stuff, so I'm just gonna try out the light mode and just see how I vibe with it. I used to do light mode back when I was younger, and I didn't know any better, but maybe now I'll enjoy it. I don't know. I'm just enjoying change. Mushroom dot shroom data equals I dot shroom data. And then active rooms dot add. Room data dot unique ID. New shroom. Ooh. there, and then what we do is we set this as I interactable, add the interactability there, and then public void start. This as I interactable dot that self interactable. Cool. And then interact would just destroy game object. And if it is player interactable, well, that is vector 3 turn vector 3 dot distance. Well, we'll just set it like that for now. Transform dot position interactor dot transform dot position is less than, let's say, 1. Okay. We'll just do write all and see what happens. Recompile. Let's check it out. Are we gonna be able to pick up mushrooms or not? Oh, need to return success. And then we're gonna have to synchronize this. If this works, we can synchronize it, and then when it's synchronized, we're pretty much Gucci. And then we need to do, so basically my thinking for the mushrooms is that over time they spawn and despawn, right? Foliage stays consistent, mushrooms spawn and despawn over time. Oh. Some issue there. Right, Shrew Manager. Right, because we didn't add it. Okay. Ah, shit. Okay, give it a try. Here we go. You guys ready for this? You guys ready? Okay, I don't see any mushroom yet. I think there was a mushroom over here. Let's see. Mushroom object. Any mushroom? No. Oh, yeah, okay, I know why. Because... Insane? I was insane one. Rats made me insane. Insane? I was insane one. Rats made me insane. Insane? Rats made me insane. We'll make it a little bit smaller. Insane? I was insane once. Rats made me insane. They locked me in a room with the rats. Rats made me insane. Okay, let's see this. Mushroom? Ooh. The mirror never lies. Let me just check here. I need to check a quick thing. Alright, okay, fixed it. So it picks up the mushroom, but it doesn't despawn the mushroom instance. So that's also what we need to do. We successfully delete the mushroom. But we need to also remove the instance. So we can do a private list, a private stack. And what is it? Shroom instance? Instances to remove. While instances to remove dot out bigger than 0. Push I, and then here shroom runtime chunk dot instances. Oh wait, you can't remove? Tricky. Yeah, I guess we have to turn it. Remove index of array sharp. Yeah, you have to do the copy. I mean, I guess we could do that. I don't know. We'll do that. So, remove indices. Oh, you can have an indices array. Ooh. Oh no, indices array. Int remove at. Yeah, okay. Room instance. Hmm. Like, why does that remove? I don't know. It's weird. Bow. God damn it. Unity crashing. Oh. Can't believe it. It's like they say. But yeah, this is terribly inefficient. We should be able to convert this to just doing one sweep. Let's try indices to remove. And I think instead of doing a stack, we need to do a queue. Which is then going to cause it to not push, but rather on queue. And then instead of subtracting 1, we do indices dot to remove dot length. And then we can say if I is not equals to var current oh, right, it's a stack. It's supposed to be a queue. There. That should work. Now it should be iterating through the entire queue. Trying to not screw things up. Okay. Let's see if it works. But of course, that doesn't reflect necessarily in the cache. Wait, so that one does not spawn anymore, it seems. I don't know, let's walk around a little bit, see if we can find a damn mushroom. there's one. Removed interactable. Okay, so that one we picked up. And we can just do here debug.log. Picked up shroom. Yeah, okay, so we can pick it up. We can pick it up. And that destroys the game object. But it does not remove the chunk in the correct way. Let's go like far away, okay? Wait, did the mushroom despawn? It's possible. No, I think that was it. Clear this one. Yeah, it doesn't pick it up. Yeah, this should call to the active mushrooms. And say like public hash 128 remove mushroom, or public void pick mushroom hash 128 unique ID. And then this in turn needs to find the current active chunks find the mushroom and remove its instancing data somehow. So here, I mean, we get or generate chunk, then we add the chunk. And then we have a list of shroom runtime chunks. See. Because I mean, that should be passed as reference, right? And it should be a reference value. Our classes are also always passed as reference. At least I think so. Our classes always pass. C#. In C# classes are reference types. Yeah. A copy of the reference is made and they both point to the same object. Exactly, right. But those are not in the Okay, let's just go there. That mushroom has been picked. And now we leave its area. This should be removed. But it's not. I guess it should also be removed if it's ever... Yeah, it has to call the actual remove chunk. Yeah, there it gets removed, but it doesn't get removed when I zoom out. Right, okay, so active chunks only gets changed. Let's see, active chunks. There, active chunks dot for each. Shroom manager dot instance dot remove chunk. There. That not? Yeah, it doesn't clear when you leave. Try this. Hmm. Yeah, I guess it's old straggling data, so let's see where it is. Alright, it's all the way over there. Okay. Shit. Changing view. There we go. Okay. So now it's toggling them in and out. Wait, but the mushroom there is not rendering anymore, right? Ooh, okay, okay. Well, let's find a interactable mushroom then. Yeah, there should be somewhere around here. Okay, up there. Okay, well, shit. Oh, wait, it doesn't appear again, ever. Okay, awkward. Yeah, okay, remove chunk absolutely just removes the mushroom entirely. Right, instances to remove. It should only destroy the shroom pickup stuff. This removing stuff ain't it. Okay, so pick up. So we can assume that the active chunk okay, tricky. So if we pick a mushroom, we do have to modify the chunk info. Which means that for I mean, we would have like a every time we load a chunk, we'd match up the mushrooms in the chunk against a list of already picked mushrooms. And knowing then how long a mushroom can last, we can then remove or add to from said list. I think that's probably the way to go. Probably the way to go. I'm just gonna take a quick leg stretcher and I'll be right back. I'm gonna have some yogurt perhaps as well. I'll see you guys soon. Oh, I thought I was speaking. What the shit? I had my microphone muted. L? LU Medvagal Vigilis. LU. Okay, I run here. Room is not getting picked up. I mean, it is probably getting picked up though. Let's climb up there. Oh wait, it's there? Where am I? Like, why is that one not interactable? Wait. Hold up. Shroom Manager. Add chunk. Mm-hmm. Wait. Right, there we would remove the chunks. Add chunk. See. Because there we clear it. There we iterate across it. Right, okay. Yeah, so we're just being a bit stupid with regards to that. Okay. Interesting. Post it and see. Okay. Ooh. We just removed a mushroom. See, okay, so they're just straight ahead. There's a mushroom. But that removes all the mushrooms. Probably because they all have the same unique identifier? Or what? No, they wouldn't remove all of them. Could be that the interactable... No, that shouldn't work either. Remove mushroom from active chunk. Receive the unique ID. But then they should come back when I go back in. No. All the mushrooms just... Yeah, here we just call remove chunk. But then mark batches dirty doesn't add them back in. Build batches. But active chunks has not been changed. But that's for removing... We clear the chunk there. When do we add? We add here in desired. Update active chunks from position. Yeah, here we add also. Room manager.instance.add chunk. Um, right. Active shrooms. See, that's what makes me think that active shrooms destroy shroom. Active shrooms dot remove shroom data dot unique ID. Oof. Oof. Okay, nice. And then E, picked up that mushroom, go back out, go back in, mushroom is gone. Holy shit, it's working. It's working. Oh, wait. I guess that mushroom got broken or something. No, I could pick that up. Okay, very strange. Let's see, there should be a mushroom somewhere around here, if I recall. Here's one. Sick. Hey, yo, that's sick, dude. Yeah. Now I just need to synchronize this. And do a little bit more. I need to fix the tank controls. They're absolute garbage, dude. Not gonna lie, they're kind of garbage. Player controller. Tank controls. Hello, Inognate. What's up? How's the day treating ye? Well, it's good here. I just added mushroom picking to my game, which is absolutely insane. I did it. I finally did it. I finally did it. I can't believe it. I'll show you in just a second. Just give me 1 second. Okay, not 1 second, but don't count the seconds. An indeterminate amount of seconds. Thank you. That's what I like to hear. Just a few seconds left now. Yes, yes. I've hacked into the mainframe. I'm in. Okay. Hey. Let me show you guys. Get ready. So, first of all, allow me to show you this. You think you've seen everything there is to gaming? Well, you can hit this beach ball. And also, if you walk up against it, because I have this climbing thing, look at my guy. Looks like he's pushing it. Kinda cute. But, look at this. We're in mushroom mode. And now we're looking around. Aha, we found a mushroom, you see? Because you can't see the mushroom in normal mode. No, you cannot. You can only see it in mushroom mode. And you walk up to it, and what do you press? Well, you press E. Bam, mushroom is gone. I press F. Mushroom's not there. I press F again. Mushroom is not there. Mushroom picking! You guys didn't think that? You guys thought there's no way we're gonna have mushroom picking in 2025. There's no way. But I did it. I think I'm actually the best developer who ever lived. You didn't think it would be possible. That's what I'm saying. Everyone in here has been like, there's no way he's gonna add mushroom picking. It's never gonna work. We don't have the technology, let alone the graphics cards for that. There's no way. So now I need to see if I can get this working in multiplayer. Which shouldn't be too big of a hassle. I asked the best game devs in the industry. They said we can't. We just don't know how to do it. Yeah. I only have an RTX 5090 with this running on my machine. This game, you know, there's been a lot of talk about when's the next gen coming. They said it felt like there has never been like a next gen game since the PS4 or the Xbox One, that everything just blends together. And I'll say that this game will be the true next gen. We've actually been in talks with Nvidia, and we'll be the first game to launch on their 7090 graphics card. I shook hands with Mr. Nvidia himself. He said, pleasure doing business with you. Once your game is out, we're gonna stop doing this AI bullshit. And we're gonna be selling graphics cards so people can go play your game. That's the story. John Nvidia. Good friend of mine. He's from the Philippines, you know? John Nvidia. Bow, bow, wow, bow, bow. Mr. John NVIDIA himself. Yep. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. We do go way back. I mean, when I was in middle school, they used to pick on the guy. They called him Fatty John because I mean he was a little chunky. I'll admit he was a little chunky, but they used to call him Fatty John. And I said, hey, back off. That he's gonna go places one day. And I mean, fast forward, look at him now. He's the CEO of NVIDIA. So I'll leave it at that. I don't know how many... I think there's a message in that. Yep. How many projects are you actively working on? Generally, I try to stick to 2, but occasionally 3. When I'm doing like game jams or I'm working on like stream stuff, I'll be doing 3. But generally, I like having like 1 main project, 1 off project, and this is the off project I'm working on right now, which is the mushroom game. But yeah, I mean, it was interesting because I remember in class, I kept peeking over at what John and NVIDIA was doing. He kept scribbling these things in his notebook, like these circuit boards, and I didn't understand what it was at the time, but I mean, now in hindsight, it's obvious the guy was drawing the schematics for the 5090 and so on. What a whiz. I'll say, what a whiz. Guy was Jimmy Neutron in real life. Child prodigy, yep. And then for some reason, I mean, the bullies, they got to him, man. They got to him. He had to quit school. They pulled him out. He went and got homeschooled for the rest of high school. That's, you know, that's the way the cookie crumbles. There are many ways it can crumble, but that's sure one of them. I bet he'll be saying the same about you after seeing Mushroom Mode. Yeah. Yeah, if I'm lucky, I'll show up in his Twitter feed or something. And then he'll think, hey, I remember this awkward kid in class always drawing mushrooms and his detailed grass and the first person view. Maybe that's my good middle school friend who protected me from all those bullies those years ago. Could be. I'm not gonna say no. I feel like my good friend John Mushroom. Yeah. Um, hmm. You know, it's interesting though, the way a person can change. Sometimes I wonder if maybe those bullies did him a favor. Is that a weird thing to say? I wonder maybe it was a good thing that they pulled down his pants in class during his presentation when he was talking about his weird graphics and 3D. I mean, at the time, we didn't even have 3D. I don't even think we had 2D. And there he was, already thinking in the whole nother dimension. It was like I always said, it's like you're living in another dimension, John. That's what I always used to say to him. Yeah, always. It's like you're from another dimension. We didn't even have 3D in real life. Yeah. What was life like before John invented depth? I mean, look. TVs used to be black and white, and now they're in color. Games used to be 2D, or even 1D before that, and now we're in the 3s. I mean, I'm sure when it comes to who's going to invent the 4D, we know who's going to do it, right? We already know it's the whiz kid, the bullied kid from middle school. The kid drawing those crazy drawings. The NVD of NVIDIA stands for New Virtual Dimension. Is it? I don't know if that's true or not, but ay. Can you apply it to I don't know if you can apply it to the wow. I remember I used to watch Scooby-Doo. That show was wild. There was this dog. And boy, that dog talked. It's crazy. Hmm. That's tricky. That's tricky. Not gonna lie, that's kind of tricky. Interesting. That's tricky. Unchanged big mushroom. Okay. Interesting. Nah. There we go. Sorry. And then we'll just do a stack. No, not a stack, a list, I guess. There. Cool. Based. Based on what you might ask? I don't know. We're just gonna have to see. Man, that World War I game we played on Roblox yesterday. Woof. That was hardcore, man. Hardcore. That's what I... Those are my kinds of games. I like games with violence. Let's see. Wait, yeah, because we had to remove indices, so. Oh! The good doctor!
Driffany raided my stream with 3 views.
Driffany! The good doctor. Welcome. The good doctor. If, here's the thing, here's the kicker. So, we got the mushrooms rendering now, and we're trying to synchronize it. That's the key. Question, what do you think is better for an ARPG attack system? Attacking while moving or stop and attacking? I feel like people sort of expect moving attack. They want like the fluid combat. I don't think the stop and attack is what people expect these days. Maybe, although, I mean, if you look at Dark Souls, they lock you into an animation, but it's still quite fluid. But they do lock you in. Diablo does stop you? Okay, yeah. Maybe the stopping feels a bit more hardcore and old school. Yeah, exactly. Only if you do a charge ability. Yeah, so I feel like it depends on, because the stopping means you have to be a bit more considerate of like how will my attack play out, because that's all, you know, Dark Souls and those games, it's sort of like a rhythm game. And Whirlwind, for example, Warriors, you mean like in World of Warcraft? Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm scared of like action RPGs for that reason, because I doubt my ability to make a game like that fun. There, okay. Like, I hate that. Okay, so this should at least synchronize stuff. As it's building the batch, it finds like what mushrooms have already been found. Otherwise it just like... But we need to still find out like the mushrooms to remove part. And here, if index When you started streaming, did you find it hard to talk even though you only get text chat messages back? Not really. I mean, I guess. Yeah, I've switched to light mode. I'm trying it out because they say supposedly it's better for potentially your eyes. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. They say the opposite a lot too. So I'm just gonna try it out and get a vibe of it. So but the assumption I guess being made is that generally, I mean, when you go outside and you're in the sun, it is quite bright on average. And that is like what the human eye is adjusted for, and then it has to like strain itself in order to compensate for the lack of light if you're constantly in a dim environment. So I don't know. I'm just gonna try it out. We'll see. I used to code on a light monitor as a kid. Like I used to do light. Not as a kid. I was a teenager. I was a kid. But I used to do light. And then I went dark. I think it's more about that you have to focus your eyes on the text, so it's not the same. Yeah, I think that's it as well. They say that like on average, in front of a computer screen, people will blink significantly less, which is like the biggest way that we hydrate our eyes. Which, you know, makes a lot of sense. But okay, well, let's just hash to int then. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bow. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I've noticed though, like when I go into light mode from having not been in light mode, I'm like, you know, it's an attack on the senses. And that didn't used to be the case. My eyes did not scream from seeing light mode. And I feel like just having sat here for a while, I'm like, okay. It's sort of quickly becoming a thing that I'm adjusting to. So. KS Dakshina. Oh, did you guys know Miles showed up when the stream started? I didn't say hello to him, so he just left. Unless he's still here. I use Twitter light mode, so I'm already used to it. Is there a reason you use light mode there? You just use the default? Yeah. I've turned away from the default ever since, especially now, stepping into like NeoVim and stuff. I've started appreciating the ability to customize. Like, for example, I have Windows T set to my JetBrains Rider session. Supposedly, Windows U is supposed to be bound to Unity, but it doesn't work because Windows is kind of garbage when it comes to that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm streaming in Twitch, KS. Come on to Twitch. Generally, I used to be, and I think in many ways I still am of the opinion that like pre-configured stuff that just works and is default is best. But the way that software has evolved, it feels like the default is just getting worse and worse for all these pieces of software. And so I'd rather take something that's not perfect and then meld it into something that is perfect, or take something that is like near perfect that still lets me change it. And that happens to be the case for Rider. Like, it's very customizable. You do usually take a look at the settings? Yeah, I used to just never. I just did not bother with that shit. It's like default or go home, essentially. Ah, okay. I don't know. I think it's interesting when stuff lets you just change it. I think that's cool. And like with every single piece of software these days, especially with the advent of like always online, there's just so much like adware and shovelware and garbage flooding into every single operating system. And you know, it reaches a point where it's like, I've had enough of this shit. I just want something that works and lets me do what I want to do. And if I want to rebind a key, like that seems like something trivial, right? In Windows, there's literally no way to make the Windows key not open up the start menu. You can't rebind it. Like, it just doesn't work. There are ways, but they're super hacky. But as an operating system designer, that seems like an obvious thing. Allow me to not tie Windows key to the start menu. Because I've started enjoying the idea of like combination key presses doing very specific things, right? That's sort of what I've started enjoying. And that's mostly coming from Vim then, that I've started really enjoying that stuff. So like in Vim, you have these thing called Vim motions, which let you edit text in a very interesting way. So I'll show here. If you were to select the stuff with inside of parentheses, you might probably hold down shift and then, you know, sorry, you would go like that and then you just like use shift or whatever, right? Hold shift and then move over, or like hold shift and control and jump or whatever. In Vim, they have like very specific set of motions for like parentheses. So I can do V inside parentheses. V is visual mode, so that like selects. Inside means inside what I'm currently at, parentheses, meaning parentheses. I could also do V inner brackets, which selects inside the brackets. I could do V around brackets, which selects around and including the brackets. I could press percent to jump from two matching, like parentheses, brackets. I can press V to select the whole row. I can select V inner word, which selects the word. I could do V2 words, which selects the two words in front of me, so it repeats the motion. I can do VJ, which selects both. J is like down, K is up, so it's like all these cool things. And I can do the same here for like these. It's like endless amounts of like hyper specific keybinds, where if you start memorizing them and turn them into muscle memory, you feel like a genuine wizard. And it's just fun to use. And like this alt tab action of like having to look at every single window I currently have up and spending brain power, like which window was I looking for again? Like the experience you get is the same one as you walk through a door into a room, right? The moment you walk through a door into a new room, you have to reorient yourself. You just get confused and you forget why you even came there. But if you can have like hyper-specific actions bound to hyper-specific like inputs, well, what happens then is you don't lose that momentum. You never use Alt-Tab? Do you bind it to like specific numbers, or how do you have it? Because I know you can press like Windows 1, 2, 3, 4 and whatever to bind it to specific Okay, so I should be here now. Okay, there I am. I don't know why the character doesn't rotate the right way, but you know. I just press the start key and use the taskbar. Yeah. Oh, maybe I didn't save the scene. Two SP, dude. Two SP what? This guy's kind of cryptic. He's got a little cryptic in him. A little secretive, perhaps. What is this SP he's talking about? I mean sup, dude? But what does the 2 mean? Wait, it doesn't render the... Two SP, dude. 2 SP. Like I always say, 2 SP. Mm-hmm. The shortcut of sup? Do you wait. Sickit, I think I do remember you. Wait, aren't you this guy? Isn't this you? Remember me. Remember me. Isn't that you? Oh, remember me? I think that was you. That's wild, dude. That's wild. That's not you? Well, that's a scam. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was you though. I think you're probably just pretending, right? That's funny though. You're a funny guy. You're a funny guy. No, I like you. I like you. I respect you. I put respect on your name. Hey, have you ever played the World War I Roblox game? That one is insane. I played that yesterday. I was doing the flamethrower. Oh man, I gotta tell you, man. That game was so good. I'll meet you on there. After the stream, we'll play some. We'll play. I respect you, man. I respect you. You're tough. You got guts coming in here. You got balls. Balls of steel. I like your style. Meet me on dueling grounds. Hey kid, you make up your own rules. I respect that. Bro, I'm the emo boy picture. I respect that. You got guts, kid. You got guts showing up in this stream saying stuff like that. Respect. Respect, man. You earned it. Did you guys ever watch that Barbie movie with Bibble? That guy's crazy. They say Bibble is like I don't even want to get into it. Don't get me started. That one guy that said on your stream, "What game are you playing?" Like 2 months. Of course. How could I forget? You're that one. Yeah, now I know. You're that one guy 2 months ago, and I was like playing some game, and then you show up and you ask me, "Hey man, what game are you playing?" I remember you. That was iconic, dude. That was lit. That was lit, man. Woof. Get goosebumps just thinking about it. Yep, yep. Now I get it. Now I get it. That's a good point, my boy. That's a good point. Are you sure that's him? Yep, that's the guy. And you said, "I'm not playing a game, I'm making a game." Remember? Now I remember. Yep, yep, yep. That, now it's all falling. Yeah, I get it. Yep, yep. Of course I remember you, dude. That was awesome. That was an awesome message you sent. The goat. The goat. That's what we call you around here. Me and the boys, we still talk about you. The goat. That's what we say. But hey. Hey. Don't tell anyone I said this, but you were my favorite viewer. Don't tell anyone I said this, huh? You're a legend. That question? Iconic. Because you thought I was playing a game, but then it turns out I was actually making one. And I mean, yep. K? What do you mean K? K? Here I am pouring my heart out to you, and all you just give me is a K? The fuck? Nah, dude, that's too far, man. That's too... Can't believe it. Can't believe it. The old 1-2 switch. We'll keep it a secret. Okay. Ooh. We all know he's your favorite anyway. It's no secret. Hey guys, come on. Come on. I didn't mean it like that. How long are you making that game? Another legendary message. Another legendary message from SickIt23 My Little Pony. MLP. I used to play My Little Pony Tycoon on Roblox. That game was garbage, but for some weird reason they had swords, so I could go around there and slice and dice all the other players on the server. That was kind of based. But basically, I mean, if we're talking about like how long I've been making this game, is it released? I want to see it suck bad. Why would you want to see my game suck bad? I want to see my game good, not sucking bad. Is that a Breaking Bad? So bad? That doesn't make it any better, man. You're saying my game's so bad. That's crazy, dude. Can't believe it. Okay. Both me and Homie can see the mushrooms. Okay. So I'm not going to pick the mushroom. I'm going to have my trusty client pick the mushroom. Okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. You can pick the mushroom. It's going to be fine. Pick it. It disappeared! Holy shit! Poggers! Oh! Mushroom! Oh my god, we did it, you guys. We did it. Poggers. Clip that. Clip that. We just networked the mushroom. This is crazy. This is crazy. Yippee. We got mushrooms on the network. Hey, yo, hey, yo. Okay, okay. Oof, oof, oof. Okay, okay. Game name? Goon Squad. And game name is Goon Squad. Some call it Squad of Goons. Oh. 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 Now you have to give a speech? Okay. I'm gonna go give a speech. Hold up. I just bring over my character. My other character. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, he's always turned the same way. Can't wait for Goon Squad release. Same, dude. Same. Okay, wait. Okay. Today marks the day that we have networked mushrooms. I imagine that I'm like moving around right now. I'm just the audience guy moving around. Wait. I switch around. I switch around. I think I need to have this guy here. Wait, we can have it like that. Pull up. Okay. Today marks the day that we have networked the mushrooms. I like to dedicate this event this magnificent event to all those who are present and those who have left us. And in the words of Medvegalis, nothing beats gooning with your squad and picking networked mushrooms. Thank you all, and we shall continue our efforts to invest in more mushroom picking and more networking. Thank you. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Okay, so we got the networked mushrooms. Thank you, Bob. Thank you. What the freak? Yeah, you showed up late. You missed the speech. We got networked mushrooms, Hafermilch. What do you prefer me call you, oat milk or Hafermilch? Hafermilch. Interesting. Up to you. Okay, oat milk. I mean, Hafermilch. Yep, yep. Can you hear me? No, turn up the volume. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Oh. Welcome, First Penguin Lord. You. I will back to Sweden. I will. Full movement model? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know it. You didn't realize it was a Moomins? A Moomin. By the way, I love your streams. Keep it going. Good L5, bro. Ever. Okay, by the way, I sub. Ever give up. Ever. God damn it. I think this... Yeah, if you don't have input authority, you would just return. Yeah, see you around, little bro. See you around. My favorite viewer. Hmm. Wait, I'm gonna try know what they say. An apple a day keeps the apple away. Okay. So what's your guys' favorite Moomin episode? I like the one where Moomin Dad brings out the big guns and blasts the whatever the name of the big monster is. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah. So you can pick up this mushroom, which is the cool thing, but you'll notice that it also works in multiplayer. So if this fella comes here and picks it up, it's gone. Ooh, wow. Okay, I'm gonna fix this foliage garbage. Kind of annoying. Okay, ooh. I like picking mushroom. I feel like the virtual camera should have like much Why is it not doing shit? Oh, how many mushrooms? Well, so I've done my fair share of mushroom picking at home in Sweden. Not done anything in Iceland where I live as of now, but I want to have plenty. And every single mushroom in the game is going to be edible. That's very important to me. Of course, not all of them will have good effects. Some will make you shrink. Some will make you big. Some make you run fast, jump high. You know, all kinds of effects. I need to profile this and see if we can cut down on the... But I think lots, because I mean the systems are in place for it, you know? Yeah, it's like 16 megabyte of garbage collection. Is it the Aldi instantiation or? What's the game about? So basically, it's about picking mushrooms. We put it that way. It's multiplayer, sort of open world mushroom picking game where you go out into the wild and you just find all these mushrooms. You can sell them for money to buy more gear to find more mushrooms, or you can eat the mushrooms to get special effects from them. And gear that you could buy would be like shovels. You could buy a lantern to go like cave shrooming, or like a rope to go up into the mountains, you know, do mountaineering. And it's all about, you know, going in different areas and finding different shrooms. That's sort of the okay, let's see here. Does it show where the allocations? Like that, desired. But what's a key mushroom from the biologist? What's like what's the coolest mushroom? Because I like I think the most interesting one that I found when I was in Sweden, at least, there's this mushroom that my dog just obsessively digs out from the ground. It's they call it a truffle or something, but it's not a truffle. Like deer tick, or I don't know what it's called. False truffle dog. No, I forget. Inky caps. Yeah. I've seen these. I like there's one we have, blodsopp. This one like oxidizes insanely. Yeah, this is the same thing here. They can hurt you if you drink alcohol, these ones too. But they're like so fire red and then oxidize insanely much when you slice and dice. I just love like the vibrancy of this one. It's like yellow and then red, sharp reds, sharp yellow. Very cool. Well, this one is edible, and then of course this one is edible. I forget what it's called in English. Karl Johan Stensopp. Very popular. And then you have smörsopp. It's also another one you can eat. It has like a slimy outer skin. These are quite popular in Sweden, these varieties of mushrooms. Yeah. But I think, I mean, the most iconic one in Sweden is the chanterelle, which people are obsessed with in Sweden. The utter and total obsession with this mushroom in Sweden is crazy. Yeah, no, these are like good. The only problem is they're very often attacked by a worm. So bugs and insects will devour them. But yeah, chanterelles, amazing. And this is like the gold of the forest, you know? This is the every year obsession. I like oyster mushrooms, not the oyster king mushrooms, but these ones. Like the king oyster is the obsession, seems like, but I like these oyster mushrooms. Probably one of my favorite mushrooms, not gonna lie, in terms of food. And they grow cool, like out like that from trees and trunks and stuff. So there are many cool shrooms. White oyster, yeah. This one I think is cool. I forget what it's called in English. I just know these names in Swedish. Murkla. Morels, that's what it is. Morels or whatever. But Murkla. They look so funky. Looks so funky. Yeah, and you have to treat them a bit with respect when you cook them, right? You have to let them sit in water or boil them or something. I forget the exact let's do a deep profile and let's see. Yeah, so I feel like there's a lot of opportunity at least. And you have like, yeah, you have underground mushrooms, tree mushrooms, mushrooms growing near rocks, mushrooms growing near specific kinds of trees in specific kinds of vegetation, under leaf piles, in grass. So like there's so many ways that we can like decide the ways in which mushrooms spawn and in which ways they're hidden. And like some mushrooms only grow in caves. Maybe some mushrooms only grow up in the mountains where it's colder. Some only grow, well, I guess it's not super common, but they could grow by the beach. Build batches does a lot. Add with resize. Yep. That's the thing. So that one shouldn't. Oysters only grow on deciduous trees, but false oysters, which are toxic, grow on conifers. That could also be, because that's also like an example of part of the challenge of mushroom picking is not just finding the mushroom, but also identifying the mushroom. So like having false positives where like maybe it's not straight away apparent, like picking a certain kind of mushrooms enough times maybe would level up your ability to identify said mushroom. That could be something. Because then you'd also want to, you know, pick more mushrooms so you can have like 100% identification rate or something. I don't know. Yeah, and so like, you know, if you have like, yeah, two mushroom types that grow on like different varieties of tree but look very identical, it would be like, ooh, I found this one, you eat it, and then your character like pukes or whatever because it's like a poisonous one. I think it's like hello Sickit. It's interesting to at least, you know, even though maybe very few of these gameplay mechanics end up being like actual mechanics, it's still fun to like think about ways that one could introduce challenge. Yeah, gotta add it to your resume. Yeah, there's the big one. Mm-hmm. What do you think about self-driving cars AI code? Do they use the same as what you're doing but differently? I mean, cars, you know, you have to code them in a similar way, yeah. I don't know how, in which way are you talking about AI? Yeah, Tesla cars. Yeah, that's the thing. We don't need that. We can just return, so we'll cache that shit. Are you talking about like in terms of their ability to self-drive? If like if the same back end of just like written code, like what I'm writing now, is that you're asking if that is what makes up self-driving cars in a similar way? Because if that's the question, then yes, you know, it's all one point or another. It's the underlying logic is code. But probably they would be writing it in something like C, which is a bit more closer to the machine. I'm writing in C#, which is more abstracted, and you know, it's not so much about performance with C#. If they need internet, I don't think so. I think it all runs locally on in the car. I don't think you could reasonably even sell a car that does self-driving with the internet as a requirement. You'd need it to be running locally. No, but it's I don't know how you'd tackle that issue. Like, I mean, there have been like image detection is not a super demanding thing. Like, you can run that on fairly lightweight hardware. There's Python packages out there that will identify like what objects you're showing up, and I think cars are still using that same technology to this day. So hey. What do you think of the current AI is getting harder to know which is real? Yeah, for sure. It absolutely is. But, you know, it's unavoidable. What are you gonna do? There's just nothing. But I think, yeah, you notice at least there are so many people taking the shortcut. Taking a shortcut with AI, and I don't like that. I don't think that's very cool. I don't know if it's gonna. I mean, I think it's the thing is, it's not AI taking over our jobs. It's CEOs giving up our jobs. I think of it that way, and I think it's gonna come back and bite them in the ass at some point. I think it's a very short-sighted move to switch out employees with AI, because it's not building for the future. That's already way better. Oh, I love that water asset. It's not a water asset. It's custom shader. I wrote it. I based it on Short Hike. So it's my own custom shader. It's quite a fun one. I don't think AI is going to become smart enough, but I think people are stupid enough to think it will be smart enough, which will then cause issues. But it's never the AI becoming smart. I think it's just the stupidity of man that you still need to learn. Yeah, I mean, it's with shaders, I think it's all about just experimenting and letting yourself go a bit wild. Start copying and see what happens. I'm still by no means like a pro, but I can at least, you know, like with the grass here, for example, I made a custom shader that offsets and works on only the top vertices. So I had a shader that would sway like leaves and stuff, but it would sway the entire model. And then I changed the shader code to make it only work on the top pixels. But it's like a shader is always, if it's a pixel shader, fragment shader, it's always working on like every pixel. Or if it's a vertex shader, it's working on every vertex. And so you have to sort of assume that these things are happening in a vacuum almost. And what drives them is like a unified method, right? It's like how does a wave look pleasing? I think of it like this, you know, with shaders. It's always like, if you think of a sine wave, right? What is interesting about this is that if you look at the entire sine wave, this part has no idea about this part, which has no idea about this part, which has no idea about this part, and so on. You can look at every single individual point on the curve. They don't know about each other. All they know is that you plug in, depending on like time or like x-axis in this case, right? This is a function of x. It will reflect a different y value. And it's the same idea with shaders. You work on input and unify the input to look nice using some sort of method. And I think when you start thinking of it like that, it becomes more apparent what's happening. I feel like that's because with programming, we want to be very procedural, but shaders are more mathematical. Like in programming, it's always step 1, step 2, step 3, and so on and so forth. Shaders are more existing on a curve almost, if you will. It's more about just input output, whereas programming is more about procedure. But at the end of the day, it's still input output, right? But here you input x, right? You have f of x, which gives y. So I don't know. If you think about it that way, it becomes a little bit less confusing. Not entirely less confusing. It's still, shaders are very complicated and can get even more complicated than whatever I'm doing here. But this game does not need too much processing power. Not that bad. Okay. Cool. Longest all-nighter? I tried to stay away from those best I could. The only time I ever pulled an all-nighter was when I was in school. And that was like grade school. I never did it again since then. I think it's completely worthless thing to do. Unless you're on a super strict deadline, never pull all-nighters. When I released Penguin Heist, I would wake up at like 2, 3 in the morning in cold sweats thinking about bugs I had to solve. But you get over that, you know. But that can be intense. Those launch times. Oof. Especially you have a multiplayer game, large influx of users. Yeah, it becomes kind of wild. Let's see. Did it not like recompile or something? Let's just recompile it and see. Let's see. The hardest part is the first launch of the game, checking everything and fixing bugs fast. Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, you don't necessarily even have to do it, but you just feel a responsibility, I suppose, and especially when it's like your first big game. There's, you know, the pressure is on. No doubt, the pressure is on, and so you want to do right by the people who bought your game. And I mean, you hear about how many people release games all the time on Steam. Like, there's a lot of people who release games, and you know, you don't want to squander that opportunity, and so you feel like you owe it to not just other people but to yourself as well, to like not screw it up. But that pressure that you put yourself through can drive you mad, so gotta be careful with it. Yeah, the problem is we have to do it so much here. But have you had moments where everything is done right, the game is out, then you watch it in a different view or point of understanding, and then think, oh, I wish I made it? Yeah, I mean, every single time. I think, because you can't predict how a release is going to go. You always think about ways that, that you can do it differently, right? So no release is the same, but in many ways they're all the same. And you always wish you had more time. That's like the biggest thing. I guess we could just cache this. Yay, I got my character to switch to different states depending on what weapon he holds. Nice. How's life going? It's going well, Mole C4. I think they say that multiplication is faster on a computer, so... Is multiplication faster on division? Yes, multiplication is generally faster than division on computer, often significantly so. Okay. That's what I'm saying. That's what I thought. Mm-hmm. Do you think Siri is a close version of Iron Man's Jarvis? Probably not even close. Not even close. Yeah, I mean, we do this 4 times. That's why it takes time. There's just no way for it to not take time, I guess. I create my own models, yeah. Okay, I mean, this one does cache. Mm-hmm. We try to create games outside of Unity someday? Maybe. I don't know. I'm unsure. Unsure at this moment. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably do it at some point. I don't know, I just like Unity, I guess. I don't know. And now they seem to be delivering some better stuff in the future, so... Yeah. No, I probably would do it if I wasn't like in the thick of it when it comes to like working on projects right now. Wait, why did it turn on sleep mode? No, but yeah, I like the idea of Godot. I like the idea of an open source game engine. I think it's cool to have a game engine built by its own community almost. But it is, you know, when you've worked in a game engine for long enough, there is a level of like assets and workflow that just isn't transferable. And I just question myself, you know, will it ever be worth it? And then, you know, if I spend time in Godot, I'd only be spending that time because it's like... Wait, now it didn't even load. Yeah, I hear a lot of people talking positively about it, which confused me because I had assumed it wouldn't be as good as like something like C#, but... Just gonna... Yeah, I mean, I went to university for computer science, so I feel like I've got, you know, more than the fundamentals. So I'm like, you know, I know my way around. But I never did like proper software engineering, so like that jargon is not something I'm familiar with. And I noticed that a lot of people who do game dev are not necessarily computer scientists, but rather, yeah, like software engineers. Size, C, alpha map, height. I wonder if you... Yeah, you're self-taught. Are there size limitation of games? No. No. But you should consider size limitations, honestly. You want to learn Python, but you're not sure it's worth it? Well, what do you want to do with Python? That's always what I ask myself. Like, if you're learning something, what do you want to do with it? If you just want to learn program, then, you know, knock yourself out. Go for Python. But I would say, like, any language is good to learn. I don't think there's a drawback to learning any language. I would want to go back and do more C. That's what I would want to do. I want to get closer to the machine. And that's why I feel like, you know, I'm skeptical of starting with Python or starting with JavaScript, simply because they are so far removed from like how computers work. And I feel like that can just lead you down a little rabbit hole of making a bunch of mistakes that you wouldn't have made if you had just started at the right end with a language that demands a bit more from you. Python is everything. Python doesn't focus on any specific thing. You could be making a server in Python. You could be making games in Python. You could be making AI. You could do research. You know, no limits. Basics of Java, HTML. Are you talking about JavaScript? Or are you talking about Java? Java, okay. I made that mistake when I thought JavaScript and Java. Yeah, dude, when I was like, I think it was 13 or 14 or whatever, I went to the library. I was like, I want to learn Java. Bought a book on JavaScript. I was like, why won't it compile? My Java code wasn't running. I was so absolutely stupid. Oh my god. That's how it goes when you have no one nearby you to explain what mistakes you're making. Okay. Let's recompile and start this up. I don't know why it's like frozen. I'm just gonna exit and start it again. I started computer science for a year, then I stopped. Why'd you stop? Why is it not working? Yeah, I mean, I don't even know why they named it JavaScript. I think it was just because Java was all the hype, wasn't it? And then they just rolled with it. Really quite laggy, isn't it? I'll just restart Unity. It seems like maybe there's like a leak or something. I don't know. But I think honestly though, if you've done programming, if you've already learned a language, and when I say learn, I mean like fairly confidently, not just like I can make a class and assign variable, you know, values. That you're at least a bit more familiar. I don't think JavaScript is that bad of a language because it just lets you do whatever you want to do with it. I started working early, was planning to rest for a year, was planning to continue on 2026. Should I keep on going? Yeah, sure. I mean, but it's like, well, I don't know. Okay, look. If we're gonna be like real and not just be like optimistic, I would say in like, it used to be as an engineer that you could just get an education. If you had an education, you get a job. That was it, you know, done deal. Now it turns out that's not the case anymore, right? That's not the case. And so I would say, if you don't see yourself being a potential stellar engineer, ask yourself, why am I getting into this, right? That's what I would say. That Brian Griffin? Where was Brian Griffin? Where was he? Oh, you mean the character? He's a Moomin. You know Moomin. Everybody knows the Moomins. He's a Moominish character. Lore, I wouldn't say there's much lore as of now. I might, you know, work on a little bit of world building. I think if I have as a global setting the fade distance of foliage, because then I could have foliage fading. Did they work on VR? No, I've never done VR. I don't even have a VR headset myself, so... Yeah, but the Moomins are called Moomin elves. in Icelandic, but they're Moomin trolls apparently in Swedish. So you know, it's maybe that's how I have to do it. So I have like a separate short distance foliage shader. But how can I be selective about it? I mean, it looks good. I'll only buy a VR if it's like Sword Art Online capsules. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder. Off to bed? Yeah, well, good night. Where are you, like in Australia or something? Japan. Well, so this game's theme is mostly cozy. Mostly it's cozy. But, you know, we'll see what happens. But it's gonna be like silly coziness. Look at this, Gufford. Look. I'm gonna add like a little shader, so like the instances like fade in. But this is pretty cool. Like a dissolve shader, I think. It looks pretty good, right? And then they disappear. And then they're here. Well, it's mushroom picking. So it's all about finding mushrooms in the wild and picking them. You can maybe change the grass color. Make it less green, you mean? Or like... I could just do it live. We'll do it live. Screw it. We'll do it live. A bit darker and bluer. I just feel like it clashes with the ground. You don't think so? I don't know, that looks weird to me. It looks like it's in constant shadow. Let's see. By a bit. Both of them? Oh, okay, even the ground? Wait, so not tilting towards seasons? Not planned, but maybe. Like, I'm changing both, but I don't know. Too yellow? Okay. Try it like that. We'll do it live. And then we go in here. And then per texture there. Like this. Fried Thai food. Still feels a bit too, yeah, I could always tweak it still. I'm a tweaker. You guys know me. Always tweaking. Don't crash, don't crash. Hey yo, what is this, Pokemon? Hey yo, where's the Bulbasaur? I'm looking for a shiny Bidoof. Hey yo, we seen any Starly around here? Any Pidgely? Hey yo, we got Pigeongwin. Hey yo, I'm looking for a sexy. I'm looking for a hot, fresh Pigeongwin. Parkour, yeah. Hot, sexy, single Pigeongwins in my area? What are you talking about? I heard no such thing. I don't know what I'd call them. Maybe slorbs? Ah, another mushroom. You know what? There's just one mushroom I'm picking. There's mushroom and grass, and I'm just kind of walking around here picking them up, and it's kind of satisfying. So, not gonna lie, I think we're onto something here. I could imagine this being quite chill. It's giving chill. When are you adding the movable hand with the mouse? I think that's after I add a couple more mushrooms. I think that's the next step. Might even, I don't know. I need to work on Penguin Eyes tomorrow, but we'll see. what ends up happening. But I need to add like the displacement of the grass. And you'll notice here, visible pop-in of grass. Now, I'm not annoyed by the fact that grass pops in, right? But it has to do so smoothly. And I know how I can do it smoothly. And that's if I apply a different shader to all of these underlings here. I guess I could change the materials, but the problem is that might result in extra passives being unnecessarily rendered. But it's... Oh, you tried Penguinized multiplayer? Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, it's fun to do something bit different. But yeah, I mean, there's, you know, there is probably hundreds of thousands of pieces of grass on this island now. And it's all like procedurally generated and then just gets cached as you're walking around. I need to have like some respawning algorithm for the mushrooms. Dude, why is this kind of relaxing? It's kind of giving gameplay. Not gonna lie. Kind of giving gameplay. I could probably add the custom shader logic, but I think I've been streaming for 5 hours now. It's probably as good a time as any to end and take a little break, maybe go out, get some air, and then get back to it, at least for a while. But yeah, I mean, imagine now that mushrooms spawn like near trees, or they spawn near rocks, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna go look for mushrooms near the birch forest and stuff. But it's like, it feels like you're walking around in this world underneath the world, you know? It's like the guy in Sopranos said, they did it right underneath our gnosis. They hid the drug money right underneath our gnosis. It's for a friend. The mafia sends their regard. I'm Tony. Yeah, it's like that. Pretty much. Tony sends his regard. The Soprano family thanks you. You're loyal. Tony likes that. Tony doesn't lie. Well, thank you all for tuning into today's stream. It's been good, it's been fun. I'll see you around. Probably back tomorrow. We'll see. Undecided. But yeah, thank you all. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye.